Ποιο έκανες?
Ναι, το swing derivatives. Now?
Ναι.
Now we are continuing with the pure risk. Oh. Pure risk has to do with the risk of reduction in the value of business assets due to physical damage, accidents, and must again. No. Accidents and losses. It includes the risk of loss, physical events, technical failure, and human error in the operation of the assets of a company, or even the risk of legal liability for damages as a result of actions of the company, for example, oil spills, or vessel collisions. Yeah. Stop. For a given shipping corporation, we have events like collisions or oil spills, chemical spillage, etc. are hazards that happen sporadically, and they cannot be completely eradicated even in the far future, with regardless of the technological developments. The possible liability for a company can be huge in comparison to the balance sheet of the shipping company, and the firm is then bound to be bankrupt after such events. We could have some coverage from insurance contracts, but of course this coverage is never 100%, so that there is an incentive to work hard to prevent such events. Now, shipping derivatives has nothing to do with pure risk. Then we have other contracts called the insurance contracts that have nothing to do with shipping derivatives. So insurance contracts are not used for managing financial losses from price risk, because the price risk would affect almost all firms simultaneously. So insurance institution cannot deal with such events. Instead, price risk is usually managed through the derivative contracts we are talking about today, such as forwards, swaps, and options, that give the ability to tackle price risk and shift it to participants who have an opposite exposure to the particular risk. For example, an increase in the level of freight rates will have a positive impact on the cash flow of a ship owner, but they will have negative repercussions for the cash flows of the charterer. So both countries could take measures to alleviate such risks by taking opposite positions in a freight derivative contract. Derivatives products were originally designed to meet the needs of hedgers. Organized trading in commodity future markets dates back to the mid-1860s when the Chicago Board of Trade was established. This is the first use of insurance contracts. This market was initially designed to assist farmers who wanted to lock in advance a fixed price for their harvest. So market participants are confronted with price risks which arises mainly from supply and demand imbalances in the markets, and this applies not only for commodities producers or farmers but also for ship owners and shipping companies. So the activity of trading futures contracts with can alleviate these risks. Hedging essentially has to do with taking a position in the derivatives market which is supposed to eliminate any some or all gains or losses incurred in the physical market by into a fixed price or buying a price floor or a price ceiling. Now, effective for a futures contract to reduce spot price risks effectively, any gains or losses, we have to be either long or short. The hedges can be either long or short. A short or selling hedge has to do with selling a futures contract as a protection against a perceived decline in spot prices. For example, a ship owner could fear that freight rates could collapse in the near future or in the mid term. So buying futures as a protection can on the other hand, we have the charter who will be a buyer of freight forwards contracts, has an incentive to do so because this will help him protect his future freight his future freight requirements if the physical market spikes, and thus he will not be forced, even if he is forced to pay for higher freight rates, who will be compensated as he would have bought futures forwards contracts previously, will offset such a negative development for him. As a rule, using derivative products for risk management gives us the opportunity to participate in risky activities which otherwise would not be capable of undertaking. Financial institutions motivate or even oblige shipping companies, ship owners exposed to loans to undertake to buy such contracts because they act as a cushion for future shocks. Financial institutions, for example, could force commodities producers, shipping companies, or even charters to take positions in the derivatives markets so that the financial institutions will not be confronted with negative price developments. This diagram shows an options clearing corporation in the center, acting as a mediator between an options buyer and an options writer. An options buyer could be someone who would like to, if we have a call option, an options buyer would aim to benefit from an increase in freight rates, for example, while options writer will benefit from the drop in prices, or even if the options writer could also benefit if the prices do not change very much, remain relatively stable at the given time span, time duration of the derivatives contract. Now, there are several derivatives classes we had mentioned before: swaps, forwards, futures, options, and warrants. Swaps can be found when it comes to mitigating, for example, oil price risks, but also fluctuations in equity values or interest rates. We will not discuss swaps so much today. One of our main topics is the forward, because it's very popular in trade derivatives as a form of contract. Forward contract is an agreement entered into today between two parties, A and B. For example, a charter, some shipping company or a ship owner, and a charter, for example, an oil company like Shell or BP. Now, according to this contract, party B has the obligation of delivering at some fixed future date a given quantity of a clearly specified underlying asset. In this case, party B is supposed to be the ship owner, the shipping company, which provides the shipping services. And party A, the charter, for example, in our case, if we deal with shipping activities. Now, party A has the obligation of paying at that date fixed amount that is agreed today at day 0, and that is called the forward price at date 0 of the asset at date T, denoted as F as a function of at the point at date 0 and at the future date T. The underlying asset can be a financial asset such as an interest rate payment or a commodity. Gold, oil are very typical, although in many cases or some freight rate contract. Although in several cases we have cash settlement, because this is possible where the amount exchanged is the cash value of the commodity or asset, And this is, for instance, so in the case of many financial assets, commodities and freight. The buyer of the forward contract can immediately sell the underlying asset. At the maturity of the forward contract, the profit and loss P&L of party A, who is the buyer of the forward and is also called a long forward, and party B, who is the seller, called short forward. Now, here is the payoff function for a long forward. This is the payoff function, this is the payoff function for the buyer of a long for the long position. This, for example, we set some strike price 80 world scale points when it comes to some freight rate linked to world scale index, and if the freight rate at the time of maturity is 80 world scale points here, at this point here, then the contract which mature will not trigger any payments between the long side or the short side of the forward contract. Everyone will be happy. But if we have a spike, we have a price increase above this level here, there will be some payment from the short seller to the long side, which is the difference between the freight rate levels minus the strike price here, the exercise price. Here we have the antisymmetrical payoff function for the which concerns the short forward, party B. Party B will benefit from the drop in prices at the maturity of the contract. Party B will benefit, for example, if the freight rate drops 30 points below the exercise price of the forward signed between party A and party B. Party B will receive 30 some payoff proportional to this drop in the world scale index. Now, if the freight rate index increases above the exercise price levels, then party B will have to suffer some losses from the payoff. On the other hand, if party B is a ship owner and not some speculator, there will be further benefits for him from the physical markets, which will offset any losses for party B due to any losses from this contract. Forward agreements are rather common for other asset classes as well. You may also come across them for equity shares, even broader stock indexes, i.e. Stock baskets, even bonds, corporate or sovereign bonds are very common, and they could be the underlying asset of forward agreements, exchange rates, products like crude oil, metals, chemicals, etc., or even freight rates and food commodities. The basic characteristics for futures contracts are the underlying asset, for example, some specific freight rates regarding a route for the dry bulk or the liquid bulk trade, a contract price, the exercise price mentioned before, and of course the delivery price. Futures contracts are very similar to forwards contracts when we almost everything that we mentioned for forwards about forward contracts applies for futures contracts as well. The definition, the functioning, the delivery mechanism of a specific quantity for the underlying assets at a future date at a price agreed today, there are striking similarities. On the other hand, there are some key differences between forwards and futures. Futures are traded in organized exchanges, while forwards are traded over the counter, usually through a broker. A broker will mediate between the parties that have interest in opening such positions, and forwards are more custom-made contracts to suit the needs of the long side and the short, of the long side and the short side. They are more specialized derivative products. Since futures are exchange-traded contracts, they are guaranteed by a clearing house, which is supposed to act as a central counterparty for each trade and will guarantee the performance of the underlying contracts. So we don't have credit risk for the two parties. Forward contracts, in contrast, are negotiated on a principal-to-principal basis. The contract parties have to assume each other credit risk. They have to be exposed to this risk as well, which is the risk of a loss if one party defaults regarding the contract. We must stress here that it is also possible to have clearing for over-the-counter contracts as well, where a contract has been traded outside an exchange, and there could be some clearing mechanism through a clearing house. Now, in order that we have such provision, we also have to pay some commission to a specialized clearinghouse, which will also undertake the credit risk. In order that we that the clearinghouse, in order that we can minimize credit risk, traders, the two parties, will have to deposit an initial margin with the clearinghouse or the broker who participates in the transaction, and then the profits and losses from the position will be realized on a daily basis through a process known as marking to market. Now, this term, marking to market, is very common in the banking industry as well, in financial institutions as well. You can hear it all the time, marking to market. For example, when it comes to the valuation of bonds, for example, of financial instruments. When we have a securitization of financial obligations for financial institutions, which are also a very common market participant in the shipping industry as well, marking to market is required for the portfolio of the financial instruments used by the company, financial institution, the bank, an investment bank, commercial bank, or even a common retail bank. On the other hand, for a forward contract, there is no requirement for margin deposit, and the profits and losses from the position is realized at the contract's maturity. This happens most of the times because the broker has is aware of the financial capabilities of the two sides, so he or she can initially verify that the transaction can be possible. The two parties will have a minimum probability of default. But sometimes, even in forward contracts, there can be requirements for collaterals. Futures contracts are also standardized contracts, when it comes to their parameters, such as the underlying asset, contract quantity, maturity, etc., while forward contracts are tailor-made to suit the needs of each party, as said before. Finally, futures contracts are traded in exchanges. Most of the positions are terminated prior to the settlement of the contract, simply by closing out the position if we want to or if we need to. This means that if we change our minds, we can always or we can almost always terminate the futures contracts if we do not wish to further engage in such a trade for various reasons. For example, our current margin is getting low and we cannot suffer any further losses, or we have changed our predictions for the market, for the underlying market. On the other hand, forward contracts are usually bespoke contracts between the counterparties, and these positions are usually carried to maturity. But even in this case, termination could be negotiated between the counterparties according to the market conditions, and there can be some sort of compromise so that one of the two parties can exit the trade if they cannot suffer any further losses. Now, what are the reasons for opening long futures positions or long forwards positions? We can have bullish expectations, optimistic expectations about the price, about the future, about the prices of the underlying asset in the future, or if we would like to offset short positions. Exactly the opposite applies in the case of being short on futures. In this case, we have bearish expectations and short hedges. In this slide, we combine the payoff functions of the two counterparties at the same on the same graph. Besides the commodity price, we talked about trade rates, but commodity prices could also be the underlying assets. And here we see that we have a zero-sum game. What one party loses is the profit for the other party, and vice versa. Now, another type of derivatives product are the so-called options. Options are financial contracts which give some sort of flexibility for the holder, because it is the right but not the obligation to either buy or sell an asset, for example, some freight rate contract at a specified price if the market conditions are the right for him. There are two major categories, the so-called called options and the put options. The called options are for the are designed for someone who has optimistic views or who would like to benefit from rising prices, while the put options are designed for the more pessimist parties, or those who would like to be protected from possible price drops in the future. The owner of a call option has the right, but not the obligation, to purchase the underlying good at a specific price, and this right lasts until a specific date. The owner of a put option has the right, but not the obligation, to sell the underlying good at a specific price, and this right lasts until a specific date. In other words, the owner of a call option can call the underlying good away from someone else. Likewise, the owner of a put option can put the good to someone else by making the opposite party buy the good. The right is always very valuable in financial instrument or contract and has an inherent value. Hence, it is valuable to acquire these rights, and someone has to pay some price, which is called a premium, to the option seller, who is also called options writer, as seen before here. We have an options writer and an options buyer. Both have different views they have opposite views for the market. Now, the payoff function of the options are also linear, like the futures or the forwards, but they are ramp functions. This means that after we have paid the premium to acquire a call option, we have some initial negative cash flow for the acquisition of the call option, and we will benefit from the acquisition of the option if and only if the underlying asset price exceeds the so-called strike or exercise price X. If the option price rises above these levels, then we will usually market practitioners use the term in the money option. This means that at the moment the call option will be profitable at the maturity date, given the present underlying price. If we have bought a put option, we will, if we have bought a put option, our option will be in the money, will be profitable if and only if the asset price, for example the freight days, falls below the predetermined strike price here. We call an option, we usually say that an option is at the money if the option does not produce any gains or losses. This happens if the current price is somewhere near the exercise price, and then we say that an option is out of the money if the price is below, is worthless. In the case of a call option, this happens when the call option is below the exercise price, and then we have nothing to gain from holding this option contract. A put option can be profitable if, can be worthless if the underlying asset price is within this region, this price region. Now, options pricing is a highly technical matter. As we said before, look at it. Look at it. Okay. Μου έβγαλε out of connection αυτό.
Εγώ, NTU usage.
Α, ναι, το NTU Sorry. Shipping derivatives are particularly difficult to price because they always carry an inherent price which can be only modeled by special stochastic partial derivative equations, and there are some closed form solutions which can be applied to price call options or put options. But still there are various variables that need to be considered in this case. We have partial derivatives for all variables that determine the options price. We say that an options price has a price even after the initial issuing of the contract, because one can sell, because the holder can sell the contract to some third party C if they change their minds and both parties agree at some price. This price, this price fluctuates daily as a function of several variables. These variables are the spot price, the current spot price at time t, the remaining time to maturity, the volatility of the spot prices, the interest rate for risk-free investment, and the dividend if applicable. We say dividend because the options can refer to a dividend paying stock, equity. In the case of freight rates, dividend is not applicable, of course. Now, the economists came up with the formula that can price that can price a call option in the 1970s. This is the so-called Black-Scholes model, which answers the question how much we should ask for a call if we want to sell a call option to some other party. The first, the call option price is here. See, the current spot price is the variable S. We have the strike price X here, and then we use the Gaussian, the normal distribution, in order to price this financial instrument. There are some underlying stochastic differential equations which give this solution, but we are not going to analyze these technicalities. And we also have partial derivatives that change the price of the underlying asset prices. The market practitioners call the derivatives reflecting the volatility as they call it vega. The rho is the partial derivative for the interest rate, theta is the time to maturity, and delta and gamma or gamma is the partial derivative reflecting regarding fluctuations in the underlying asset price. Here are the equations for the partial derivatives we mentioned before. Here's some further equations for those interested in the mathematical details of the Black-Scholes model. Now, here we will qualitatively describe how delta, gamma, theta and vega lead to increases in the call option or decrease in the call option. If we buy a call option, delta drives the price of the call option upwards, while gamma also has a positive influence and theta has a negative influence, while vega also has a positive influence. The maximum loss for a party that has bought a call option is the initial purchase price. If prices drop below the strike price, then someone who has bought a call option will only have to tolerate losses from the maximum, from the initial price he has paid for buying the call option. The maximum payoff is unlimited on the other hand, as we can see here. But even if the strike price is above the purchase price, There is a break-even point here for the buyer of a call option, and he will have some financial benefit only if the strike price exceeds the break-even point from the whole transaction. On the other hand, a short seller will have unlimited maximum loss because the prices can the spot prices at time at maturity time can be unlimited in theory at least, while the maximum payoff is limited. We cannot have any prices above we cannot have negative prices for the underlying assets, which means that any benefit after having paid for the initial purchase price cannot be above this level. Here is another graph, another diagram reflecting the payoff positions for the two involved parties, the put holder and the put writer, for example, or the call holder and the call writer. This is a zero-sum game. We must repeat again. So the two graphs are always antisymmetrical. In the call options as well as the put options. Now, here we can see analytically the payoff functions for 4 different scenarios when being long call or short a call or a long put option or short put option. Besides these positions, we can always create combinations which are even more interesting. No. This is what happens in practice. Market players usually create synthetic positions because they are more compatible with their risk profiles. For example, this is a so-called bull spread. A bull spread is the result of 2 options that have strike prices K1, K2 K1 is the strike price for call option with the index 1. K2 is the strike price for a put option. So in this case, one party has bought a call option and a put option at two different strike prices. The trader will must pay a premium, initial premium C1 for the first contract, the call option, and an additional premium C2 for the put option. If the spot price at maturity is above this price level here, then there will be a positive payoff for the trader. This payoff is, however, capped. It cannot be it cannot exceed this level here. And then we can have a different bull spread in this case, where we have where we are betting on where we are have bearish expectations, pessimistic expectations about the future fluctuations of the underlying asset. But even if we have been wrong, the maximum loss is limited here, and we won't have to and it is also predictable how much we will have to pay in the worst case scenario. In this case here, I forgot to mention that we have bought a call option, but we have sold a call option at the same moment. This means that we have not paid for this premium here, the short call. This is an initial gain for us when we sell a call option. On the other hand, when it comes to the so-called strategy, we pay two different premiums, one for the long put option and an additional one for the long call option. Let's have a 5-minute break now, and we'll continue after a 5 minutes break. Okay. We discussed a synthetic position called the bull spread, which is quite popular by market players, traders, for all kinds of options trading, because the maximum loss potential is rather limited, and this provides possibility to benefit from increasing from a bullish market, from rising prices of the underlying asset, without having to worry too much about the maximum loss. Of course, this will come at a price, because we cannot have unlimited, we lose the potential to have unlimited benefit from rising markets. The same logic applies to a bull spread, or this spread here, which is the antisymmetrical diagram from this one, where we would like to benefit from a falling market, but we would like to neutralize, to eliminate the risk of having unlimited losses, theoretically unlimited losses, if the market moves against us. Of course, this will always come at a price, because as we can see, the profit potential is capped, is floored. It cannot be above the differential of the two premiums, the one we have been paid and the one that we have paid. We pay this premium here, minus 200 units, monetary units, so that we are protected from rising markets. Another strategy, another popular strategy for options traders is the so-called straddle strategy. A straddle strategy is agnostic regarding the future evolution of future development of the market. We do not have a bullish or a bearish, we don't have specific bullish or bearish expectations. We simply believe that we have we simply believe that the markets will shift upwards or downwards significantly, and we would like to benefit from increased volatility within the next until the maturity of our contracts, of our options contracts. For example, we may believe that in the coming 2 months prices will either fall significantly or rise significantly, and this we can bet on the volatility exclusively. In order that we can establish such synthetic position, we are going to need two different options contract. We are obliged to find a put option with a strike price K, exercise price K. We have to be long this contract, this put option, and at the same time we need to combine it with a long call contract with the same exercise price, K again. Now, in options trading, we also have two major categories: the so-called long option, the so-called American options, and the so-called European options. American options can be exercised at any time during now and the expiration date, the maturity date. A European option cannot be exercised in between because we are simply obliged to wait until the duration, until the expiration date, the maturity date. Usually strategies have to do with European strategy, with European options, and trade derivatives are mainly European derivatives, are of a European option type. Anyway, if we are unlucky and the market does not change and the market does not move significantly, we are not going to amortize the cost of the two premiums paid. This means that we will not have exceeded these two points here, the break-even points. But if we are lucky enough, then we will have entered these two regions, left or right, and we will have a positive overall payoff from the whole transaction. Unfortunately, the fluctuation of the markets at maturity will have to be significantly below this level or above this level so that we have a positive payoff. There is also a possibility of selling a straddle. In this case, in the first case, we discussed the potential payoff or losses if we bought a straddle consisting of two options, a put option, a call option. In this case here, we can benefit from selling a straddle if we believe that the price of the underlying asset will not have changed significantly at maturity date. Again, we will have, or rather inversely, in this case, we are supposed to sell two contracts, a put option and a call option. Thus, we collect two premiums from the call option and the put option. Again, our profit, our maximum gain is rather limited. It is just the premiums collected from the two different contracts. On the other hand, the maximum loss can be capped if the underlying asset price falls below below the left break-even point, and while the maximum loss is unlimited if the underlying price exceeds the second break-even point. This means that selling a straddle is a rather risky strategy, which initially creates a positive cash flow from the two premiums, but it can later mean severe losses if we are confronted with a price spike, or rather significant losses if we deal with falling markets. There are other possible synthetic positions. Another very common one is the so-called strangle. Here we have the case of being long a call option and at the same time being long a put option for the same underlying asset. We have the same contract size, but we have different exercise prices for the two derivative contracts. In this case we have K1 and K2. K1 is the strike price for the put option. K2 is the strike price for the long option, for the call option. In order to enter such a position, we need to pay for the two premiums initially, and if markets move significantly, then we can benefit either from a falling market rather significantly, or from a rising market where the potential is unlimited, where the potential for gains is unlimited, as we can see here. Nothing stops us from having enormous gains if we exceed the right break-even point, but also gains could be rather high if we fall below this break-even point, the left break-even point. This means that when we buy a strangle, we are long volatility. We are betting that volatility will be rather high in the future. So prices will move significantly away from the two exercise prices of our call options, of our call and put options that we have purchased. When we sell a strangle, we are short volatility. This means that we have reasons to expect that the future prices will not shift significantly away from our two exercise prices. In order to create such synthetic position, i.e. selling a strangle, we simply need to sell a put option and a call option. This is the antisymmetric diagram of buying a strangle, evidently. And here in this slide we can compare these four different option strategies, which are commonly used by all kinds of options traders. As we can see, we do not need to be bearish or bullish regarding the market outlook in all four synthetic positions. Only our risk profile can vary if we have to decide between these four synthetic positions, and the higher or risk profile, usually the higher the rewards. As you can see in the case of being long a strangle or being long a straddle. Here are further slides that show the payoff functions when being long a straddle or when being short a straddle. As we can see here, market practitioners also use two other synthetic positions, the so-called butterfly and the so-called condor. The shape of the payoff functions vary. A butterfly resembles the rationale behind the short strangle, while a long condor resembles being short a straddle. Being short a straddle here. Condors and butterflies can even be relevant in the case of bets regarding interest rates. And shipping companies occasionally engage in interest rate derivatives and such synthetic positions when it comes to interest rates as well, because they would like to neutralize they would like to offset any losses from rising interest rates, for example, and this can be one instrument towards this direction. Volatilities are, we must stress again that the magic thing behind derivatives trading, options trading in particular, is that we are not obliged to have a view regarding the market, the direction of the market. We can also bet on rising volatility or falling volatility, or even we can even be agnostic towards volatility, towards the degree of volatility, if we bet on the direction of the market. In this case here. In this case here, we believe that the market will either rise. We would like to bet on a rising or falling market, but we cannot. But we do not wish to make any guesses about the degree of this market shift. So we use two different contracts put with different exercise prices that can eliminate the two premiums. The one we must buy for the call option, and the one we must pay for the put option. Now, when it comes to freight derivatives, the most common category are the FFAs, forward freight agreements, that have a structure resembling the freight futures, but they are custom made over the counter. We also have the so-called hybrid FFAs, which combine qualities of the two categories, and the freight options. These freight derivatives can have various underlying assets. We can use dry bulk indexes like the BFA, the BDI, BHA, BHMI, or more specialized indexes like the Baltic Panamax Index or the Baltic Capesize Index. You may also come across Atlantic Capesize Index or the Pacific Capesize Index. Finally, we can also bet on other major freight indexes which are linked to liquid bulk freight rates, like the new worldwide tanker freight scale, the world scale, the Baltic International Tanker Routes, the International Tanker Freight Index Limited, the Average Freight Rate Assessment, or the Baltic Exchange LPG Index. There are various freight derivatives dealers. When it comes to the Panamax market, You may hear names like Cargill, Armada, TMT, Navios. Navios shipping company. Cargill is a commodities trading company. Glencore is also a world famous trading companies. In the last 5-7 years, trading companies like Glencore, Cargill or Trafigura have had enormous revenues from engaging in derivatives trades. Their main business area is commodities trading, but they also have significant exposure in freight derivatives. On the other hand, we see that we also have a specialized Capesize market, where even investment banks like Morgan Stanley, for example, are participants. They buy and sell derivative contracts and provide liquidity to the market, even though they are not typical stakeholders in the shipping industry. In the tanker market, we have oil companies that engage in trading, like Shell, Statoil, Total Oil, BP, or Trafigura, which is a trading company, a commodities trading company. All these major market participants are essential for the existence of shipping derivatives market, because they are always there, almost there, and to provide, to act as counterparties if we wish to open all kinds of positions, either in order to bet for the rising or falling prices. Now, we'll quickly show you the so-called put-call parity formula, which combines the put option, the put option price, the call option price, and the strike price, and the time to maturity in one formula. It is, although the formula shown applies to European option, it should also be applicable to some exotic variations, the so-called Asian options, which are the case of freight rate options. Asian options have to do with the prevailing moving average of underlying asset. In the case of freight options, we use moving averages, because we do not because this way we can eliminate any danger of distortions of the market, since we consider the average of several days in order to come up with the payoff for each trade. In this graph, finally, we show you the put-call parity equation, In the case of a call option, C is the call premium one has to pay for derivatives contract with these specific characteristics. P is the put premium of a derivatives contract with these specifics again, particulars again. Strike price is common for the two instruments, for the two contracts. And then S0 is the initial price at this time, and T is the time remaining until the expiration of the contract. Here, finally, we can show you a case of a call option hedge. In this case, we have the example of hedging freight rates using freight rate options. For example, we have the route TD3. In August 2005, the freight rate was 70 world scale points. The freight cost was $2 million approximately, and at the same time, the charter also has exposure to the options market, where we have bought a call with a strike price of 90 world scale points, and we have paid a premium of 7.8 world scale points. In the case of later, in the case of a falling market, the charter will have paid here $2 million while the option will not be exercised. On the other hand, in the case of a rising market, we will have compensated for the rising market because there will be some payoff from the options transaction, which will be in this case 110 points minus 90 points, and since we have a contract size of 260,000 multiplied by 12.15. Now this gives us a gain of $385,000, which will compensate for rising freight rates markets. Thus the charter will be protected from rising markets, and financial economic budgeting at the previous date during August 2005 is possible, because it's like having paid for an insurance contract. If something goes wrong, if in this case, if freight rates increase significantly, there will be a compensation from exercising the option. Okay, I think we can conclude our session here with this example, which is very typical in the case of shipping derivatives. Thank you very much.
Are there any questions from Genoa? Okay, no questions, so thank you, and we will continue in half an hour, in 30 minutes, with our next lecture. Thank you. See you in 30 minutes. Πώς τι έχω τώρα. Είμαστε έτοιμοι. Ναι, ναι. Αυτό βλέπουμε.
Okay, can we start?
Yes, we are ready to start.
Okay. Hello, my name is Eliana Apostolidi. I work for Lloyd's Register Quality Assurance, and in this session we will be talking about certification schemes in intermodal transportation. Prior to starting, I would like to say that when it comes to intermodal transportation, we tend to approach this from a supply chain perspective, because we think that intermodal transportation is the key aspect of it. So in the presentation that will follow, you will mostly see parts that have to do with supply chains. So to start with, okay. So what will we be covering today? Intermodal transportation, some supply chain risks. How can management systems help? We will see some solutions on how these can be effective and provide a solution. And we will mainly focus in 4 areas. We will together see quality, safety, and security. And then my colleague, Panos, will further discuss about the environmental and the energy aspects when it comes to supply chains and intermodal transportation. At this point, I would of course like to welcome any questions in case there are any, and I would also be willing to take any questions and maybe discuss with our sector specialists in quality, safety, security and environment, of course, and revert with the answers. So, the situation today, supply chains are getting bigger and bigger. This, I assume, is something that we would all agree on. Supply chains are getting more complex, so it's not just about getting bigger, it's about adapting even more and more complex models. And this, as a result, has an impact on increased interdependence and exposure. And when it comes to exposure, we talk about risk exposure also. So you can imagine that it's much easier having, for example, to transfer goods from one city to another city in a small country, and it is a totally different thing when you have to transfer goods from China to Greece or vice versa, etc. The risks involved can be much, much bigger. So this is something that will definitely need to be managed. What do clients and stakeholders expect, on the other hand? Of course, they expect product safety and quality. It is a difficult task to manage, but everybody expects that for example, what they expect will be delivered within the time schedule and in a perfect condition. They expect continuity of supply. This is also very crucial nowadays. We need to make sure that what we plan for can keep going on for a certain time frame. They expect efficiency, because nowadays it's not just about doing something. It's about doing something in the quickest and most cost-effective way. Reliability. When companies, actually companies nowadays want to make sure that when they choose a partner to work with, they expect reliability. So in case they need something and they expect it, they need to make sure that this will reach its destination in a perfect condition also. Another new term that is becoming more and more popular in the late years is sustainability. So companies nowadays don't just care about doing something, they also care about being able to do so tomorrow. And to do that, they need to make sure that the resources are available. For example, if you're a shipping company and you ship goods from one place to the other, it would be really difficult having to do so if there is no more fuel. So you can understand that by doing things that are not sustainable, there can be problems. And social responsibility, again, a very popular term. What we would like to say here is that when it comes to social responsibility, this is not just a marketing tool for companies. There is some essence behind it. Being socially responsible means that you are able to do stuff, but also do it in a way where you respect the wider environment in which you operate. And by wider environment, we don't just mean the natural resources, we mean the people involved, we mean the society. Any questions so far? There be any questions here?
No.
Okay. So, we have talked about supply chains, and we have seen the wider frame, we've seen the situation nowadays. So let's now try to understand how the supply chains can become vulnerable. First of all, there can be theft, fraud and counterfeit, especially when it comes to container ships. Many are the cases where there is theft, and especially when it is a high value asset, this can be a really big problem, especially for companies that have to transfer electronics and very expensive products. There can be health and safety accidents. Anybody can imagine what would happen if somebody has an accident while transferring things, or when a lorry driver is very tired and has an accident in the road. It can have a serious impact in the company. And of course in human lives. Ethical misconduct, illegal labor. I assume that none of you would like to use something that has been transferred by small children that work under illegal situations in a part of the world. And nowadays that supply chains are getting bigger, as we said, it is really difficult to have control in all these little aspects involved, okay? Because we cannot really have visibility in all those parts of the supply chain. And there can be cases where illegal labor is involved. Oh, sorry. Environmental damage. Okay, everybody has heard about what is happening when you have a ship taking goods from one place to the other, and then suddenly there is an oil spillage, and this can be really disastrous for the shipping company. And of course, it has a huge impact in the environment. Financial health. Especially nowadays where we face situations of economic crisis, we can all understand that problems like solvency, cash flow, liquidity can be serious problems nowadays. For example, sometimes some companies want to order a very big amount of stock just because it is more cost effective to transfer it. But by doing so, they need to, for example, take a very big loan, or they need to find the money to do it. And there can be a very serious risk exposure there. Quality problems. Imagine what would happen if something is sent to a place and suddenly it's not in a good position, in a good condition. This again can have a serious impact. Disruptions, power failure, flooding in a site, and all these things can again create serious problem and serious disruption in the supply chain. Staff capacity. When it comes to shortage and to knowledge, I mean, imagine what would happen if somebody that is using a crane doesn't know how to do it, or hasn't been properly trained to do so. Again, there can be serious accidents and serious problems in the supply chain. Supplier delays. Again, time matters, and supply chain is an area where time is, let's say, as important as it can get. And all these things end up in supply chain disruption. And let's just say that it's many more things involved. So what we've seen so far is that supply chains are vulnerable, and there are so many things that can make it vulnerable. Some areas of attention, let's say if we were to group those, we would definitely talk about reliability in delivery. We don't know if things will get in their destination and whether they will get on time. Efficiency, as we said before, not just about doing things, but about doing them in the most effective and efficient way. Information security, for example, think of a company that uses software and a very big database in order to coordinate all shipments, and suddenly something happens and all this data is lost. This would be disastrous, both for the supplier and for the shipping company and for everybody involved in the supply chain. Counterfeit, it can happen also. Safety, serious problems involved when there are accidents, human lives lost, big insurance penalties. And the environment, of course, security, terror attacks and bombing attacks, and maybe a container ship that has dangerous goods in it. We've seen a lot of things. We keep seeing them, unfortunately, and it is definitely a thing that needs to be managed. Quality, image, brands, we definitely need to manage that, because anybody can understand what can happen if you're the owner of a shipping company and suddenly there is an oil spillage associated with your name. And social accountability. And of course, many others. So you can see, and what I would like you to see by now is that there are so many things out there that need to be managed. Right now, it may seem chaotic, and from one perspective, it is. But we are here, we are companies, and we need to manage all these things, and there are ways to do so. So, what do we do? Prior to going to the solution, I would like to briefly show you some findings that we, certification bodies, find when we audit a company like that. We see insufficient transparency. We see companies talking to each other but not really having full visibility in what the other company does. This can create serious problems. There is not a flow. We see many uncontrolled risk areas. So people have to do things, sometimes they have to do it fast, sometimes they have to find a quick solution, and they just don't take the time or don't just have the time to control those new areas. Inadequate dual resource strategy. It's very good to have a dual resource strategy because you cannot really depend on one supplier. And there are cases where this is not always the case. Lack of business continuity systems to deal with possible disturbances. This is a big thing. It keeps getting bigger and bigger because many unexpected things can happen, and companies, let's say, should have a plan B, because it's good to somehow expect the unexpected. So yes, companies more and more try to adapt and to create business continuity plans. Lack of cooperation, geographical risks. We keep expanding, and sometimes we start working with let's say countries that we wouldn't in some other cases, and where the risk involved is much higher. No unambiguous hazard risk analysis technique. This actually is combined with the following, which is insufficient depth in hazard risk analysis. So even when companies do a risk analysis, there is no single way to do so, and there is not a certain depth in which they should go. So yes, there is some kind of risk analysis, but let's just say that companies tend to adapt their own techniques, and there is no consistent method to do so. Insufficient harmonization with legislation, and there is a lot of legislation around it lately. Insufficient control of suppliers, a very big thing here. And insufficient control or validation of changes. Because as we said, when it comes to dealing with such big problems, many are the cases where people just have to find a quick solution, as we said before. And it is very important for a company to be able to adapt to change quickly and to be able to control all the additional risks that may be involved at that point. So there can be change, there can be last time change, but it is important even in those cases to make sure that, okay, things are again under control. So these are the usual findings. The thing is, what do we do about it? Because as we said before, right now it keeps kind of chaotic. The important thing is to try and approach this as a process. So where does it all start with? It starts with some assets. We are a company and we have some assets out there. First of all, we need to identify which are the assets that we want to protect. Is it our ship? Is it our trucks? Is it our warehouses? What do we really want to protect here? Is it the product? Now there are some threats out there. Threat is something that can threaten my assets, and it is out there. Now, vulnerability is something really important here. Because it's really important to understand how vulnerable I am to those threats. And by combining these two, the threat and the vulnerability, we end up with risks. So, if you ask yourself what is the likelihood and the impact of the threat, this is a risk. So if you walk in the street and you expect that a meteorite or something will fall on your head, this can be a threat, but it's not really something that can happen. The likelihood is really small, so you can understand that, okay, it's a risk, but let's say it's an acceptable one. It wouldn't make you not walk in the street. So it's always about understanding the likelihood and the impact here. Now the measures. Okay, we have identified some risks. We need to find some measures to deal with those. And to do so, we need procedures. Procedure is a way to manage a selected measure because, okay, I understand that I need to take this measure, but to make this happen, I need a procedure. And when I have agreed on the procedure, I need to implement it. And I need the resources to implement it. But last but not least, I need to control this. And this is a key thing when it comes to management systems, because you will see later on that when implementing a management system, it's not just about doing something, it's about seeing if it works or not. And if it doesn't work, you need to improve it. Okay, so far? Okay. So now that we've seen these, and we've seen all these problems around, there are organizations like the International Standardization Organization, ISO, and many other associations that have created the so-called standards. Standard is, let's say, a document that describes the best way according which companies should operate in order to be able to manage all these risks. You will see that there are so many standards created. These are just some that will give you a quick overview. Today we will just be expanding on 2 or 3 of those. I would just like you to understand here that yes, all these risks have been addressed, and there are all these documents out there describing a way to handle things. The most actually popular, I would say, is the ISO 9001 for quality. It's the OCSAS 18001 for health and safety. It's the ISO 28000 for supply chain security, and many, many more. So you can see that there are standards to address all these needs. Now, as we said before, it can be really chaotic, and when it comes to being chaotic, we are just human, and the companies just have limited resources. So what do you do really? There's no other solution but to prioritize in some way. Not all threats are equal to all companies. You need to understand which are the key threats for you, which are the key risks, and you need to make sure that you focus on those. I don't know if you've heard of the Pareto analysis. Have you heard of it before? The Pareto analysis, in general terms, says that by focusing on a small area of the problems, you can have you can solve the biggest part of the problem. Because you can have many problems, but it has been seen by statistical analysis that only a small part of these problems creates a very big part of the problem. So by focusing on that part only, you solve a very big part of the problem. So these two work together, prioritization and Pareto analysis. And there are several techniques that could be adapted. This slide just shows you one of those that could be adapted. It's about comparing the likelihood of something happening and the consequences. If something is really likely to happen and it can be really severe, you need to do something about it. You talk about the red area. If something is in between, okay, it's good to improve, but it's not that your company will stop operating tomorrow. If something is really not likely to happen and it's not even severe, then you're in the green area, let's say. So, okay, it is out there, I'm aware of it, but I will not really spend resources in dealing with it. Okay, these are actually what the problems here, these colors mean. Okay, so far, would you have any questions on the slide we just saw?
Okay.
So how can a management system help you right now? The good thing with management systems is that they can combine a lot of elements. They are designed to do so. So by adapting a management system to handle all the aforementioned problems, you have the option to include safety analysis. You have the option to include quality analysis, environmental analysis, health and safety, and many, many more. So you can have an integrated approach according which the top management and all people involved will have the option to efficiently handle all these problems, manage their risks, and improve their performance in those areas. Now, where would assessment and certification be used for? The good thing with when a company has a management system and decides to also go for an assessment and get certified against it, because today we talk about certification schemes. First of all, it ensures that the requirements are met. So I don't just claim I do something, I'm certified for doing it. So this is increased credibility for all the other stakeholders with which I have to work with. It helps companies identify whether the risks in the supply chain are understood and managed. Because even when we think that we know all the risks, there is always some risk that we don't see. This is what experience says. And this can even happen in big companies. So unless we adapt let's say a process-based activity, but for doing so, it can be very easy to just not pay the proper attention to areas we should be paying attention. And of course, it can show where the weaknesses are in our supply chain and where we can get really better, because there is a lot of room for improvement always. And the companies out there that are successful are the companies that always aim at keep improving and never say that, okay, they now reached a level of satisfaction that should really make them feel like as if they don't need to go the extra mile. So at this point, let's just try to summarize the first session, which means that risk-based supply chain management systems is about, actually when dealing with supply chain concerns, it's about working on risk-based techniques where and only if it matters throughout the supply chain we try to cover as many parts as possible, covering as many concerns as possible and giving priority to the ones that matter most to us, and of course being able to adapt, dynamic focus in time, because supply chains change rapidly nowadays. Okay so far?
Yes, okay.
So now we are about to just see a few more things about the 4 main aspects we will be covering when it comes to certification schemes. Again, as I told you, I will be covering the quality, health and safety and security parts, and then my colleague will be talking more on the environment. So to start with, let's take quality. The international standard for quality is ISO 9001. What is ISO 9001? I assume most of you have heard of it. But let's just briefly see what it is about. It is the internationally recognized quality management system standard. It is adopted by 500,000 organizations. It's widely used. It's a benchmark really for quality organizations. Who can use it? It can be applied to all types of organizations, including intermodal transportation companies. Its main characteristics is that it is customer focused, but this is something that we will see later on. So what are the key elements of a quality management system based on ISO 9001? We focus on the customer. The customer needs to be happy. If they expect something in time, they need to have it in time. If they expect it in perfect condition, it needs to be in perfect condition. It's about leadership also. Top management need to be able to lead changes, lead strategy, etc. Involvement of people. People are key in these organizations, and it's not just about having a system documented in somewhere in the office. It's about people using the system. It's not theoretical. It adapts a process approach. Everything is handled as if it is a process with a certain outcome. It is again handled as a system. Continual improvement is a key element of it. So it's not just about doing something, it's about getting better at doing it. And it includes a factual approach to decision making. So again, it's not a theoretical standard. What can the benefits be for a company that applies it? You can have improved product, process and service quality, increased customer satisfaction levels, something that is really key nowadays. It can lead to improved productivity and less waste. It is a clear competitive advantage for companies. It gives a clear demonstration for a company's commitment to quality. And of course, many are the cases where companies ask this standard in order to make another company a preferred supplier. So it's like, yes, I will work with you, but you need to show me that you are ISO 9001 certified. So it can be a contractual term. Process-based approach, as we said. So there is always an input, there is an output in whatever we do. And to do that, we need resources, people, tools, equipment, and controls. So everything, every single thing we do, from an invoicing process to a product manufacturing process that can get as complex as it could be, everything is handled from this perspective. Another key thing, as we saw, is the continuous improvement. So this is the Deming cycle. It's called PDCA cycle. So the main idea behind it is that you need to plan, you need to do something, then you check if it works, and if it doesn't work, you need to make it better. That's the idea behind it. And that's what really creates value in the management systems. Prior to proceeding with the rest key elements, I would just like to briefly mention what happens with corrections, corrective and preventive actions, because companies tend to actually cannot easily tell the difference between those two. So let's just think that when an accident happens, it's very easy to apply a correction. Or when something doesn't reach its destination in time, it's very easy to say that, okay, I will make sure that I will send something quickly to you so that it reaches its final destination. And when we do this and the end client is somewhat happy, we say, okay, the problem is that what do you do so that it doesn't happen again? And there's a big difference between correction and corrective action. And the big strength of management system is that it has the power to make us see corrective actions, not just corrections. Okay? So, I don't want to lose time in the ISO 9001 because we have to cover also two more aspects. But just briefly, I would like to tell you that the system covers aspects such as management responsibility. It heavily involves the management, resource management. People are really important in management systems, and people are, I would say, the success of a management system lies with people. Product realization, it has a certain clause in it, and measurement, analysis, and improvement. If you were to see a detailed actually version of the standard, it would be it, but so you can just see that it covers all those aspects. And again, just another side of the continual improvement cycle that can be applied when using a quality management process model. I don't know if you have any questions on the quality part. Do we have any questions on the quality part?
There are no questions from General Madrid.
Okay, so we will actually be talking about the health and safety part now. This is about, as we said before, making sure that we reduce the number of accidents at work and other health and safety related issues. The standard for that is called OXAS 18001. First of all, why do we need to handle this? Why is this a problem for companies? Occupational health and safety can be a problem for companies because it can have a significant impact, first of all, to the people, if they have an accident or something, to the business, and to society. What is an occupational health and safety management system for? To look after the business, to look after the employees, and to do the above in a structured manner. So what is OXAS? OXAS is as we said, the standard used for occupational health and safety management system. Its strength is that it gives a systematic approach to identifying hazards. So you see that the keywords around it is again like systematic, trying to identify continuous improvement, things like that, and terms like that keep being shown in when we talk about management systems. Who can use it? Like what happens with ISO 9001, all types of organizations. Now, what are the benefits of OXAS? First of all, you can reduce risk. You can offer a healthier working environment to your people. You can help reduce accidents, employee illness, and lost time. You can have improved staff morale. You can imagine what can happen if an accident happens in the workplace. This can be really, really bad for the rest of the employees. And something that is really important here is also the lower insurance premiums. Many are the cases where insurance companies offer better terms when they are OXAS certified. This can be also a driver, let's say, for certification, because they can save significant amount of money, because they show that they're responsible enough to better manage accidents at work. Credibility, again, it adds to the company's credibility. And again, supplier, because as happens with ISO 9001, again, OXAS, there are many cases where companies ask this, they consider a prerequisite so as to work with you. Again, I don't want to lose more time on this. I just want you to see that the continual improvement cycles keeps working here. The standard covers aspects like the planning, the implementation, the checking, the management review, but all this again is under the continual improvement aspect of it. What is acceptable risk in Oxus? This is something I would like you to pay more attention to, and by saying acceptable risk in Oxus, we say that it is a risk that has been reduced to a level that can be tolerated by the organization, having regard to its legal obligations and its own occupational health and safety policy. So risks can be reduced to a level that can be tolerated. This is really key here, because it's not just about eliminating risks. Sometimes we just need to reduce them to a tolerable level. Because sometimes eliminating them is not something that can happen. But at least making sure that you have reduced the likelihood is something really important out there. Okay? Okay, something about the objectives and the programs when it comes to Oxus. The objectives need to be documented. They need to be measurable. And at this point, we seem to have covered the health and safety aspects of it. Would you have any questions here? No? Okay, great. So, and now, my favorite part, the security part. Okay, so the security part, yes. Supply chain security. Yes, I'm sorry? Oh, okay. There is an international standard about supply chain security. It's called ISO 28000. Not sure if you've heard of it before. Prior to seeing what the standard is about, let's just briefly go through some main points when it comes to supply chain security. First of all, supply chains, again, we've seen it, are complex, and they take place in numerous locations around the world, and they involve multiple products and systems. We involve all modes of transport: air, sea, truck, rail, barge, everything. All cargo types: containers, rake bulk, palletized, car park, car carriers, bulk, etc. Borders have to be crossed. Not all are safe enough. The supply chain is a vulnerable target. 90% of cargo is containerized, and only 3% of it is inspected. So you can imagine that there is something like most of the cargo is never inspected, because it's not easy to inspect all the cargo. You need to physically see all the cargo, so it's not something that can happen. Fixing a security seal to a container does not guarantee that it is secure, definitely. Security really needs to be managed here, and ISO 28000 can promote an effective approach that can be adopted by companies for effective supply chain management. So now that we've seen the wider environment when it comes to supply chain security, I would like to point out that security is very much about people. Security is not about documents, it's not about systems, security is about people. Because it is actually people that can do stuff. And a really big difference when we talk about security than when we talk about quality or about safety, etc., is that here we need to also manage intentional risk. Somebody really wants to harm my business. When we talk about a terrorism attack or a bomb, it's not something that just happens. There is intention behind it, and this can be a serious threat. So in this case, you really need to make an extra effort to manage the intentional risk. Security initiatives, just briefly, so that you see this, after the 9/11 in the USA, numerous security initiatives were actually launched. Just to mention those, in USA we have the CTPAT, Customs Trade Partnership Against Terrorism. Then we have the CSI, Container Security Initiative. In the European Union, we have the regulation to enhance supply chain security. The World Customs Organization, with a framework of standards to secure and facilitate global trade, and ISPS code for ships, of course. A simple supply chain looks something like that, so we can really understand where the problem is. It's really difficult to manage security when all these players are involved. And security management is all about identifying and eliminating or reducing security threats and risks. Okay, so in this case, again we talk about elimination or at least reduction. And we talk about not just risks, we talk about threats also. Okay? So now, about ISO 28000. It is a specification for security management systems for the supply chain. It was published in 2007. It looks like ISO 14001. ISO 14001 is about the environment, will be covered by my colleague Panos, and actually what makes it look familiar with it is that it is again risk-based model, and again we can see the plan, do, check, act principles, the PDCA cycle for continuous improvement. Now, some key points around this standard. It is adopted as a generic management specification for supply chain security. You saw before that there were so many initiatives after the 9/11, and the ISO 28000 comes here as a response to demand from industry for security in the supply chain, because it's very difficult to have all these different international security regimes. It requires organizations to assess the security environment in which they operate. So companies, first of all, need to understand what the risks involved are, and on a second level, they need to determine if adequate security measures are in place. It is designed to complement and harmonize other security-related standards, so it can really work effectively with other standards and initiatives. It can be applied to all of the supply chain or just the crucial aspects. Again, as we see, there is a selection perspective here. And the scope can be decided by the organization. It's not compulsory to adopt a certain scope. The companies have the option to choose the scope. It is applicable again to all sizes of organizations, from small to multinational. It's not just for big companies. Even a small company can do it. There are several series of ISO 28000. Again, I don't want to dive into the details. What I just want you to keep is the ISO 28005, which is for electronic port clearance. This has to do with exchange of electronic information between ships and shore for coastal transit or port calls. And this is an area of big interest, let's say. It was launched in 2011, so you can understand that it's quite fresh, let's say. Again, this is just a diagram of what the standard and the main clauses of the standard look like. What I just want you to remember here is that is the 0.44 when it comes to implementing, when it comes to implementation and operation. Companies are expected to define and have documented all the security-related responsibilities. They are supposed to train their personnel and make awareness programs. Operations and activities necessary to achieve the security policy are to be identified. And as you saw before, where we faced some business continuity problems, companies are expected to have are expected actually to develop emergency business continuity plans. So if something happens, they need to have a plan B. So to sum up, when it comes to supply chain security, ISO 28000 is risk-based. It requires the commitment and involvement of top management, as happens with all other management systems, because if there is no clear commitment from the top management, then nothing really works in the way it should work in a company. It requires a dynamic management system, and it requires continuous improvement. It is similar to other standards, which means that it can integrate very well in case a company already applies a management system. And to make it work, you need to set objectives, targets, and programs. And if all these things work well, it can definitely enhance supply chain security. Just about it. And just briefly mentioning the TAPA, not sure if you've heard of it before. There are so many standards, it would be very difficult to cover all those in 45 minutes. But just so that you know it, TAPA was the Transported Asset Protection Association. It has to do with high-value theft targeted assets like electronics, pharmaceuticals, etc. Assets that tend to be, then there tends to be a lot of theft when being transferred. CTP80, for example, was a government program, but on the other hand, TAPA focuses mainly on the issue of theft. There is again some TAPA FSR, which is called TAPA Freight Security Requirements, and they set the minimum standards for security and industry best practice. And again, companies can be certified against TAPA. Warehouses really. And the thing with this is that for a company to be considered TAPA certified, all its facilities need to be TAPA certified. So that's just about it. I'm not sure if you have any questions on it. Do we have any questions?
We don't have any questions from abroad.
Any questions from here? Okay. So now, thank you for your time. Actually, my colleague Panos Mitru will take will handle this when we'll just have a short break.
Okay, let's have a break about 10 minutes.
Okay.
And we will continue with Panos.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Πού είναι οι παρουσιάσεις?
Όχι, εδώ είναι.
Τι είναι επιστημονικό?
Ναι, φυλάκι, πίσω είναι τώρα, το βλέπω κι εγώ. Το βλέπω κι εγώ, ότι πίσω έχουμε ζήσει με τον...
Θέλω να κάτσω από πίσω.
Να το σβήσω και να σηκωθώ να κάνω και ένα σχήμα.
Ναι, μα δες.
Μια άσκηση όπως κάνω στο iPhone. Άσκηση δεν υπάρχει.
Και τα 4.
Όχι, όχι. Τα άλλα είναι από τη χθεσινή παρουσίαση. Κάτσε να τα δείξουμε. Ήσουν στο... Όχι, όχι. Έκανα μια άλλη παρουσίαση. Κοίταξε, έχουν ξεφύγει λίγα και νομίζω ότι στο τέλος θα γίνουμε παρουσιαστές, αλλά... Αν δεν βγαίνει σωστά, λέω και εγώ, τι είναι αυτό?
Να μην το βάλω.
Κάτσε, το επόμενο φτιάχνεις, το επόμενο. Κάτι είδα. Πώς δεν είναι κάποιος.
Όχι. Όχι, πήγα να κάνω share screen, αλλά το έκλεισα.
Για πήγαινε στο επόμενο slide, μπορεί να πας. Όχι, ρε, δεν έχει σωστά το... Γιατί? Μήπως είναι, με συγχωρείς, μήπως είναι 2003.
Ποιο πράγμα?
Το PowerPoint σου.
Δεν ξέρω εσύ.
Όχι. Απλά είναι ελληνικό. Αυτό εδώ θα πρέπει να λέει LabQA.
Δεν λέει.
Τέλος πάντων, δεν λέει. Να σου πω, μπορείς να μου τραβήξεις μια φωτογραφία με το... Μάλλον πριν αρχίσουμε, μπορείς να μου τραβήξεις μια φωτογραφία. Σου φαίνεται κουφό, αλλά πρέπει να βγούμε και στο Twitter.
Δεν βάλω στο...
Ναι.
Να βγάζουμε τύπους εκεί πίσω.
Εντάξει παιδιά, δεν πειράζει τώρα, εντάξει.
Εδώ βλέπεις ακριβώς ό,τι βλέπουν οι άλλοι.
Okay.
You are ready.
Okay. My name is Panagiotis Mitrou. I come from Lloyd's Register Piraeus office, and taking the lead from my colleague Eleana, we will discuss on certification schemes in intermodal transportation, focusing on environmental performance. So, the agenda for our presentation will be ISO 14001, the Environmental Management Standard, ISO 50001, our late standard, recent standard on energy management, ISO 14064 for greenhouse gas emission, and a small reference to PERS, the Port Environmental Review Standard. So, talking about environmental performance management systems, shipping companies, which are the appliers of such systems in the intermodal transportation sector mainly, have developed, implemented and certified to achieve and demonstrate a sound environmental performance, have better control of their activities with the environment, achieve cost optimization through a more efficient management of their resources, and avoid problems through stringent regulations and a very burdened regulatory framework. So, what are the risks to the environment that shipping companies have to deal with? First of all, traditionally we have the issue of releases to water. We have the use of natural resources, the use of energy, the emissions emitted, the energy emitted, the waste, releases to land, and emissions to air. So, if we try to manage the risks, we will see that since we have the ISM code, safety management code for vessels and shipping companies, we have ship operations and safety objectives to ensure that the vessels are safe for their cargoes, their assets, and their crews and passengers. On the other hand, in ISO 14001, we have the environment and where vessels are trading and working, and we will have water, gaseous emissions, liquid and solid waste, and reusable wastes. So, once again, we will have to use the PDCA circle, the Plan, Do, Check, Act process, and in the case of 14001, planning will mean checking environmental aspects, legal requirements, setting objectives. On the other hand, the implementations will see the resources, the roles, the responsibilities and the authorities, the training aspects, communication, documentation, records, emergency preparedness, etc. The checking aspect will be based on monitoring and measurement, the evaluation of compliance, checking non-conformity, and taking preventive actions. So, the environmental aspects. These are mainly emissions to air, like greenhouse gas emissions, and nitrogen oxides, sulfur oxides, releases to water, which may be oily emissions, or we could have chemical substances releases, contamination of land when we're talking about recycling, or other wastes that end up on land, natural resource depletion, you have waste management when we're talking about garbage and waste, the use of energy, which also leads to greenhouse gas emissions, the energy emitted in terms of thermal loads, etc., the physical attributes, and other local, environmental, and community issues. So, if we see the ship as a system, then we have the inputs, which are fuels, cargo, water, stores, and other materials, recyclable materials, and the outputs, which have air emissions, nuisance, thermal energy, solid liquid wastes, wastewater, and pollution, after all. So, when we're planning our environmental policy, we must ensure this will be appropriate to the nature, scale, and environmental impacts of our activities. It will be committed to improvement and prevention, committed also to comply with all legal requirements and all the regulatory framework, provide a framework for setting and reviewing environmental objectives and targets, be documented, implemented, and maintained, which is a very critical aspect, since it is difficult to properly document and show evidence of what we do, be communicated, and persons associated with this must be trained and be ready to work in it and work efficiently within an environmental management system. And of course, another issue is to make it available to the public. So, with ISO 14001, we will take the environmental aspects which lead to an environmental policy, and this will lead to commitments, objectives, and targets. So, as far as implementation and operation is concerned, we will have to see what are the resources that we can make available and what additional resources may be required to implement our policy. We will need to clarify the roles and the responsibilities and the authorities, which is very important in order to have an efficient management system. Then we will need to address the competence issues with training and awareness where required. We will have to set up a very good communication system. The same thing will apply for documentation, and we will have also to apply specific control on documents. Operational control and emergency preparedness are also required in order to implement an environmental management system. So, checking will come from monitoring and measurement. We will evaluate compliance. We will see that non-conformities are recorded and corrective action is in place and preventive action is taken when needed, noting in this case that we should not be misled and confuse corrective actions with preventive actions. And of course we should have control of records and an internal audit process which will aim to ad hoc review the system and find its gaps. Of course, the end of all this will be a top management review, and where we will have the chance to review and evaluate all the actions that we have put into place in order to ensure the system's suitability, adequacy, and effectiveness. So, what are the critical issues for a successful ISO 14001 environmental management system? So, what is important is to build on existing systems, try to integrate the requirements of ISO 14001 on the existing structure and processes of the company. We should carefully review the existing systems and processes, use them as a starting point, and find ways to integrate 14001 in the existing structure. Do what's right for your own business. So from 14001 and its provisions, we should keep those or tailor those in order to really add value to our business, and we should not interpret the standard too narrowly. We should, of course, focus in effective systems, not on registration. We should see the standard as a tool to improve our internal processes and focus on what is applicable, what will work for our own company. And of course, perhaps let's say the secret to a very good system will be to keep it as simple as we can. So simplified processes will mean that we will have a better chance to see the system working efficiently. We will have to check all processes and try to simplify them as much as possible. So what can work well for us in such a system? So what we should do is, first of all, as we said, revisit our procedures and policies, taking into account the views of all interested parties, no matter where they lie in the environmental management system. We should carefully listen to what everyone has to offer and take that into account, and in this manner, in this context, we will achieve a second very critical point, the involvement point. So we should involve as many people as possible, get their ideas, input, and allow them to get involved in the implementation. This will also add to the people's drive to people's drive in being part of this new management system. We should try to integrate the system to business as usual practices. We should be realistic. The targets for progress are to be realistic and pragmatic, and have to go along with the business activities. We should make the workplace a positive environment to work, and this is something that needs to be there to support our processes. So we will also have to review and update our procedures on a regular basis. We will have to set up a mechanism to review any new regulations, any new requirements, and most importantly, create a process to review and amend the procedures each year without much effort being consumed. So, what will be the business benefits from getting the most from our environmental management system? First of all, this will lead to risk management. We will have to assess and make risk accountable, and we will have the chance to manage the risk in this way. It will be a competitive advantage as it is a customer requirement as well. We know today that the number of companies that require an environmental social responsibility is growing larger and larger. We will achieve cost savings, which is also a commercial reason for implementing an environmental management system. And of course, we will have improved relationships with regulators, the community, and an improved record for corporate social responsibility. Continuing with the energy management, let's say, brother of ISO 14001, the ISO 50001, we have to say that the improving energy efficiency is an integral part of our efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from shipping. Of course, energy management has not to do only with emissions. It has to do with resources, with the sustainability of the planet, etc. We should not forget this. The ISO 50001 standard enables organizations to improve energy efficiency by establishing a management system specially for this purpose. What is an energy management system in particular? Such a system is, let's say, a set of elements to create an energy policy, objectives, processes, procedures, everything in the aim to achieve the best objectives, the best of our objectives to manage energy consumption. These systems aim to achieve the commitments and take action in order to improve energy performance. Of course, once again, the implementation of the management system is realized through the circle of Plan, Do, Check, Act. This will mean that we will have to develop a policy for more efficient use of energy. We'll have to fix targets and objectives to meet the policy, use data to better understand and make decisions, and of course process this data, really analyze this data. We'll have to measure the results, and of course review the effectiveness and review the measures that we have already taken. So, the Oil Companies Forum claimed that a company has an energy management policy that addresses vessel operation. The energy management plan demonstrates effective on-board implementation of the company energy policy. The management plan addresses voyage management, efficient use of energy, vessel optimization, and includes appropriate measurement and reporting requirements. These are tools to establish baseline criteria to facilitate performance improvement. Vessel operating procedures include measures that promote energy efficiency. Regular periodic reviews need to be undertaken for the performance of individual vessels. And of course, targets are to be set for voyage management and vessel optimization. Let's say a kind of energy management plan is the so-called SEMP. SEMP is the Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan. It is implemented, applied through an IMO regulation, and even though it is not an ISO standard, it is not related to ISO, it is a regulation of the IMO under MARPOL, and SEMP now applies to all vessels. It has come into force since 1st January 2013, and most of seagoing vessels have it already on board. In the SEMP case, energy efficiency measures need to be planned, implemented, monitored, and evaluated. The SEMP also, as we said, provides a circle of Plan, Do, Check, Act, but has some minor but significant changes from ISO 50001. SEMP is a ship-specific plan, and it describes the management system applied on the vessel. Of course, it is the ownership of the management company to create and compile the SAMP, and this ownership, this control remains with the management company, but we must not forget this is a ship-specific plan, as other plans that are needed under statutory regulations. So, SAMP, of course, is a regulatory requirement, but is also a very good tool in order to integrate and combine all management systems which have to do with environmental targets. So ISO 50001, ISO 14001, and of course the SMS, the safety management system of the company and the vessel, can be used in conjunction with the SAMP in order to achieve synergies and manage to implement all systems in an efficient way. In the same manner that ISM code and ISO 14001 represent management systems applied on the shipping company and the vessels, ISO 50001 will also apply and will of course lead to the SAMP, Energy Actions Plan, and of course energy efficiency for the company as a whole and the vessel in specific. ISO 50001. We should not forget the overall aim of the standard is to enable organization establish the systems and processes necessary to improve energy performance. It is intended to apply to all types and sizes of organization and can be used independently or integrated with any other management system. So some useful tools in implementing steps in implementing ISO 50001. We should develop a baseline of energy use. We should actively manage energy use and costs. We should reduce emissions without negatively affecting operations. We have to continue to improve energy use product output over time. And of course, incorporate specific energy efficiency plans like the Ship Energy Efficiency Management Plan into our corporate system. What will be the benefits of ISO 50001? We will manage to reduce fuel costs through efficiency. We will manage to reduce energy security risks through improved energy performance. We will increase stakeholder confidence and employee engagement due to organizational commitment to an integrated climate change emissions reduction strategy. This is something sometimes difficult to understand, but it is overall acknowledged that companies that apply such kind of policies will see better results in making their crews being committed to the company's objectives. We can create a competitive advantage through the implementation of industry best practices like energy efficiency guidance from TMSA, and of course advantages which could lead to commercial advantages as well, like achieving better charter rates for our vessels. We can improve productivity and compliance, formalize policies, and integrate easily with existing systems and standards such as ISM, ISO 14001, and the SAMP, as already discussed. Where does Lloyd's Register fit into this, and where do recognized organizations fit into this? Of course, there is a need to identify the gaps that have to be covered in order to ensure that an energy management system will meet the requirements. We will need an independent party to certify against ISO 50001, and we will need to provide training to educate our staff. So this will lead to a sustainable approach to energy management, and we have to note that energy is critical to all operations, and apart from economic reasons and commercial reasons, energy has environmental and societal costs which will lead to can lead to a worse climate and worse living conditions for all people. So, moving to the ISO 14064, a tool for climate change and carbon footprint. So, we have the existing standards which have developed in our effort to manage greenhouse gas emissions and carbon footprint of the supply chain. We have to note that ISO 14064 aim is to produce credibility and consistency in the claims made in greenhouse gas reports, and we have to note that greenhouse gases are not limited to carbon dioxide. We have also methane, volatile organic compounds in general, nitrogen oxides. We have a number of greenhouse gases that their emissions need to be controlled. So ISO 14064 comes in three parts. It is a best practice guide, and its aim is to standardize the approach to have trust in emission statements and claim, and be able to make comparisons. In the first part, it contains principles and requirements for design, development, management, and the reporting of greenhouse gas inventories of organizations. In its second part, it includes principles and requirements for determining greenhouse gas baselines, monitoring, quantifying, and reporting performance against baselines for projects. And in the third part, it sets the requirements for validating and verifying greenhouse gas reports and claims. So, in this diagram, we can see how ISO 14064 works. So we will have to have documentation and reports that will end up in a verification process of these reports, and we will set up a system to apply for the requirements of recording greenhouse gas emissions. So, reducing shipping's CO2 emissions. The shipping industry is firmly committed to playing its part in reducing emissions of carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. This is shown by the new regulations on energy emissions and energy consumption and greenhouse gas emissions, the EEDI, the SEP, etc. Of course, we have to admit that the international shipping is by far the most carbon efficient mode of transport, and it accounts for something around 3% of global emissions. The industry therefore accepts that the carbon dioxide emission reductions which ships must aim to achieve should be at least as ambitious as the CO2 emission reduction agreed under any new United Nations Climate Change Convention. However, we need to know that shipping is a servant of world trade, and the total emissions of shipping as a sector will be determined to a significant extent by the expected long-term growth of the world economy. So, we have achieved international agreements on reducing greenhouse gas emissions coming from shipping. Such agreements include the EEDI, the SEP regulations. Shipping is determined to follow these regulations, but we will have to take into account that if the world trades and economies have been increased in such rates in the last years to come, this may be also the case in the future. So we'll have problems in maintaining and living with such targets. So when it comes to greenhouse gas emissions recording, we will have to establish a base year inventory. In establishing the base year, we will have to note that we will need, let's say, a median year, not a year of particular increase in emissions or downturn in operations. So we will quantify the base year, and we will use data representative of the organization's activity. The emissions that we will have to measure will have to be verifiable. We will have to be in a position to explain the selection of the year, and we'll have to develop a greenhouse gas inventory for this year. Of course, if sufficient information on historical emissions or removal is not available, the organization will have to use its first greenhouse gas inventory period. So, as far as reporting and verification is concerned, we will have to prepare a report. Same will have to be consistent, accurate, and of course complete. The organization itself will be in position and will be requested to determine the content, structure, the availability, the methods used for this report. If the organization makes a public assertion claiming conformance to ISO 14064, this will make publicly available the report so that third-party verification will be feasible. If the organization's assertion has been independently verified, the verification statement shall be made available to intended users. So, the verification process will clarify what is the scope, the objectives of the assertion, what level of assurance and or materiality is required, will review documentation, risks and plan time, will complete site and data verification, of course verify the assertion against the data, compile a report, and of course include an independent review by a competent person. So, sustainability and climate change in the maritime sector. Corporate reporting on sustainability is on the rise around the world, and leading shipping companies take serious steps to ensure that their businesses act in the most responsible way. We see today that more and more charterers or more and more clients of shipping companies require that they show a very good record of environmental and energy performance. A commitment to some form of triple bottom line reporting, environmental, social and economic, is beginning to appear in a growing number of maritime companies' corporate results. This may also be furthermore supported by the fact that shipping companies nowadays act more like corporations and usually have been listed in the public market, so there is a need to publicly avail performance results. Of course, we should not forget that climate change is one of the greatest environmental, social and economic threats facing our planet today. Climate change and efforts to mitigate this will be the most significant drivers of economic change in the years to come. So, for verification services which are within a regulated or accredited service such as corporate social responsibility, sustainability assurance, etc., a validation and verification of greenhouse gas emissions will be required. This can be delivered as per LRQA standard procedures such as CSR Sustainability Assurance, ISO 14064, etc. For verification services within the Lloyd's Register group that are outside or of a regulated or accredited service or are against a sector-specific scheme, such as the Clean Shipping Index and the environmental performance metrics, will need to follow a certain delivery process and provide the outcome in order to maintain the high standards of Lloyd's Register. So, in order to cover the requirements for environmental performance to the maritime sector that are outside of a regulated or accredited service or are against a sector-specific scheme, competency requirements and relevant documentations are developed. The procedures will provide through the use of appendices, checklists and guidance for verifying data reported into specific marine sector schemes as the Clean Shipping Index or the BSR Clean Cargo Working Group, the Environmental Performance Metrics tool. This approach gives the opportunity in the future to include any other scheme requiring similar data verification into this procedure. Of course, a marine-specific data and information verification and auditing training module zone is devised in order to enable the development of a pool of competent verifiers. So, how can we achieve compliance? We will have a two-stage process. First of all, this will imply the verification visits. This may be a visit undertaken to the client's site or remotely. We will have to carry out strategic analysis and risk analysis and verify the plan. And second, we will have, again, in the second stage, verification visits where the verification plan is implemented and the assurance statement is produced. In certain cases, such as a low-risk assurance engagement, the two stages may be delivered by a single visit. In this visit, we will have to ascertain, assess, and produce the certification in one step. Stage 1 will comprise confirming the terms of engagement, client's objectives and expectations, marine environmental performance schemes, reporting boundaries, sites, vessels and reporting period, levels of assurance. We will have to establish materiality. We will have to see what the critical issues are, benchmarking peer reports, see the client's engagement, the company's engagement in the process. We will have to assess the risk by strategic analysis and risk analysis, and we will have to plan with a verification schedule which will be pragmatic, areas and material issues sampling, site visits, vessel visits, evidence that needs to be gathered in order to comply with the requirements. At stage 2, we will perform the assurance engagement. We will obtain evidence, determine whether reported data and information are materially misstated. We will have to report, carry out the reporting. We will have to use customized LRQA's report pro forma to record our findings. We will find major non-conformances where data information is not assured. We will of course find as well minor non-conformances. We will analyze the data and information, highlight limitations and record conclusions. We will have writing assurance statements. So in most cases the only deliverable will be the assurance statement. If required, we will have other reports like presentations to the board, technical reviews, gaps analysis, etc. before issuing the final signed assurance statement to the client for publication. Leaving the ISO 14064 subject and talking about ports, we will say ports are also a very critical link in the supply chain, and today they experience a lot of challenges of highly specialized nature. They have to manage risks as well, risks that, as we have seen, are related to security, financial, social issues, but of course environmental issues as well. The new entries, apart from the traditional environmental aspects, are energy consumption and relationships with local communities. These reflect the importance that port authorities give to good port-city interaction and societal integration. We must ensure that ports work sustainably within the environment. So, sustainability priorities of ports. Here we can see some of the priorities, environmental priorities for ports. So we have garbage management, noise and vibration, the air quality, water quality, dredging and relevant operations, relations with the local community, the energy consumption, the possible existence of dust, the development in water and land, cargo handling, bunkering, oil spill, discharge, port preparedness contingency plans, maritime safety, renewable energy sources, reduced harbor fees when we have environmental regulations applied, requirements applied, chemicals, dangerous goods, eco-friendly infrastructure, plant of trees within and outside port, and recycling. So we also have one last talk about Port Environmental Performance Review Standard, a tool designed to assist in the implementation of ESPO, Environmental Review of 2001, which has been reinforced in the new ESPO, Environmental Code of Practice, in 2003. This aims to prepare a publicly available environment policy setting out the strategies and methods of achieving it, review the plans to take into account legislative and other changes, produce a publicly available annual environmental review, consider what environmental monitoring is required to assess environmental progress, establish a number of relevant indicators with targets to measure progress, and manage to integrate within the local community of the environmental program of the port. It is a tool PERS is a tool prepared from ports for ports. Other tools to support environmental performance are the SDM, the self-diagnosis method, which is a concise checklist to see how a port is managing environmental risks and concerns. The risk assessment tools, which can operate as operational risk assessment, port risk assessment, a hazard or a HAZOP, very hot in the last few years due to safety and other issues concerning ports and the rise of risk-based approach on problems. And of course, the inspection of equipment and systems like cranes, very demanding structures, floating docks, etc., which have to do with the operation of ports and the handling of cargoes. And in the last slide, some of the possibilities of Lloyd's Register related training on these aspects. And of course, thank you for your attention. So, do you have any questions?
I don't know. Are there any questions from Genoa or Madrid? No, I think no questions.
Okay, thank you for this session.
Thank you, Panos. Thank Thank you. So we will see you tomorrow at 11 o'clock time of Greece with our last lecture for Pilot Action 4. Have a nice evening. Bye.